Okay, hello everyone. So we'll get started basically now. Um, Today we're gonna be reviewing a bit of some old stuff meaning like yesterday's stuff, and then talking more in depth about React. So things we learned like state, props, lifecycle, things like that. So make sure to pay attention because a lot of this will be useful for the workshop in an hour. Next, okay. So a few announcements. Milestone 0 was due yesterday, so you have until 5 p.m. ET today. We're basically going to be a little bit lenient this time since it's the first milestone. But basically, if you didn't submit 10 valid ideas, meaning like not real ideas, like you put NA or like copy paste some other idea in your list, then that's not a valid idea. So you have until 5 p.m. ET today to resubmit, else you can't compete or receive credit. And yeah, if you have extenuating circumstances, please contact staff. So remember to join the web.lab queue for individual help and join breakout rooms 22 to 28 to receive individual help. And questions doc is always at weblab.to/questions. Please read Piazza pin posts. Like a lot of people ask questions that are already answered in the pin post, so just please read them. And look out for milestone 1 signups that are going to be coming out after class. So yeah, let's get started. First, let's review what a component tree is and why we use it. So a component tree is basically just an abstraction that represents the hierarchy of components within, in our case, a web application. So this is useful when the code is getting too long or hard to read. And you can think of it as like you're building a house and you wouldn't want to build the entire house all at once. Like you would want to have specific plans for different rooms, bathroom, master bedroom, kitchen, etc. And components also contain parts that usually encapsulate their own information. So you would think like if you're trying to abstract or describe a shopping mall, you wouldn't just like, let's say you're trying to like, I don't know, code something that represents a shopping mall. You wouldn't want to create like one entire file that has like thousands of lines of code, right? Like you want to probably split it up into something like, oh, each store has its own set of staff, merchandise. So it makes sense to break it down into different stores and things like that. And last but not least, with this structure of a component tree, we can pass information downwards through props, which we will also review later. So you can basically think of it as refactoring your code to make your life a bit easier as the architect of a web application. So this is a screenshot from Quora, as I'm sure most, if not all of you know. And let's try a small exercise like we did yesterday to try to split it up into underlying components. So feel free to drop in the chat what you think some of the possible breakdowns should be. Let's have some more suggestions. Thanks, Shannon, but no. Yeah, so these are all good ideas. Basically, the biggest one that we see here is the one in the middle, which is the feed. And we also have the nav bar, which people mentioned, left sidebar, right sidebar. And we can also split each box into even smaller components. So I highlighted some here, like we have the compose box on the top, we have the post, the different sections of the right sidebar. And actually we can even like split these small things into components themselves. So like the icon with the, yeah, like these can be their own cards and things like that. So this is the component tree that we went over yesterday. If you have questions, please drop them in the doc. Otherwise, we're going to move on to reviewing states and props. So yesterday we went over states and props pretty quickly, but these are actually very important concepts to know when we're building our website in React. So we're going to review some stuff and then go a little bit more into detail as to what you can do with state and props. And please make sure to ask questions if you don't understand, because if you don't know how to use states and props, then it'll be very difficult to build a website in React. So before we go on, a reminder from yesterday, you cannot edit a component state from another component directly. So occasionally in our code, we might have some instances, like reasonable instances, where we might want to like try to accomplish something like this. But like here I'm saying like you can't do that. So like what should we do in that case? Well, there's a workaround. Basically, we want to pass the set state function to the child and then call it from the child component using this.props. So if you don't understand this right away, it's okay because this is a workaround. Like you shouldn't need to use this if you're designing your code well, or if you're like using good coding practices most of the time, you shouldn't need to use this, but just as like extra information. So let's say if you have like a parent component and you have this function called change cat happiness, and in change cat happiness, you set the state to increment cat happiness by 1. Okay, yeah. So you probably need to use this sometimes, but like most of the time you should not be using stuff like this. But yeah, just pay attention. So and then let's say we want to change the cat happiness from a child component. So then we would pass a prop in, which is basically the change cat happiness function, as a prop called update function. So then that means that in child component, you would be able to call this change cat happiness by indirectly calling it. So use this.props.update function, and then you would be able to increment the state of cat happiness, increment the state of parent component, increment cat happiness in parent component. So yeah, so keyword is that this is a workaround, and the stuff is a little bit convoluted, but yeah, hopefully this is helpful. So now the difference between states and props, like we mentioned before, states stay and props pass. But do we remember which way props pass? So drop in the chat which way you think props pass. And all of you should know this. The chat should be popping off right now. Yeah, so props pass down. This is very, very important. If you try to pass props upward, I will be very sad. So please make props pass downwards. So let's do some props practice now. This is a Twitter tree. On the top, we have the Twitter app, and then it points down to different pages like profile, feed, and the nav bar is a module like we saw yesterday in the workshop. And then feed also can be split up into tweet. Tweet can be split up into comment and like. So these things on the right here, let's say like, let's just black box it for now. So let's say the Twitter app gets these attributes from like the database. Somehow it just like gets them in there. And then let's try to see like which of these things in the list could be props to be passed down from the app into its child components. So feel free to drop in the chat. Which of these should be passed down as props? Yeah, so username is a big one. Like we obviously want the username to show up in the profile. We also probably want it to show up in the feed. The answer is actually all of these would be useful in passing down as props. So especially on profile and feed, we would want to use a username. We would want a list of posts so that we know which things to display in the feed. And we also want to know followed users and followed by users because they're displayed on profile. And you also want to know the followed users to know like which posts you should display on the feed, right? Like you don't want to display posts that like you have no relevance to, like you don't want to see them. And so, yeah. And then these properties, like username things, can be held as state in profile and feed. So now second exercise, instead of looking at the big umbrella Twitter app, let's look at a tweet component itself. So a tweet component, let's say it gets a poster, post content, and post ID from the database. And which of these should be props that are then passed down to one of tweet's child components? Feel free to drop into the chat. Yeah, so post ID is the thing that we want to pass down as a prop. Basically, poster and the post content, it's important for the tweet object itself. So we probably want to hold it there as like some form of like state or something, but we actually like it's not relevant to the comment and like. Like if you're just rendering a comment, you don't care like who posted the post like that it's attached to. But we do want the post ID because we want to know which tweet that the comment or like is associated with. So the post ID is an important thing that we want to post. We thought the poster was relevant to the comment. So like, sorry, can you clarify? Oh, it shows up who you reply to. Okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. I like this is just like a basic abstraction, like just caring about like the comment itself. So that makes sense. Yeah. In Twitter specifically, it shows who you're replying to. But to say in some social media apps, like if it doesn't say like who you're responding to, like if it's just like a comment object with like the comment poster's name and like the comment content, then you wouldn't need the poster. So yeah. In that case, you probably want to pass the poster down to comment as well. So now let's go a little bit more in depth on state and how to control it. So how to set state. We went over this briefly. Nico went over this briefly yesterday in the workshop, but we'll just review it again. So basically in the constructor, we want to initialize state with the attributes that we want. So this has like 2 lists and 1 Boolean value. And yeah, this is similar to like a Python dictionary initialization syntax. And if we want to retrieve state, we just do this.state, which is basically a JavaScript object. And we can do like this.state.pets, this.state.persons, like whatever attributes you put, you just do this.state and you can retrieve it. So now if we want to modify state, we might expect to do this, like set it equal to the property because like it makes sense, like, right? But this is actually incorrect. As mentioned before, we want to use a special function called setState to modify the state. So don't use the thing on the bottom. Your code will not work and you'll be set. So if you want to set like something like exists equal true, then you can just do this.setState parentheses curly bracket exists colon true. And notice how everything is enclosed within the parentheses of the setState function. And if you want to modify the original state, we can do something like, so we want to use the original state and then add to it. So let's say this is a list, we want to add dog to the list, then we just do this.state.pets.concat, and then we put the new list in the function arguments. So this is basically the same idea as the thing in the previous slide, except it's safer. So this is a recommended practice from React. Basically, if you want to, we're going to sort of like black box it, but basically if you want to change state really, really fast, let's say you're making it like a to-do list website, and like you might expect users to like click like 10 items off their list within like a second. And sometimes if you do that using like the previous syntax, like using this, it might get messed up, like your state might not update correctly. So this is like the safer option using the keyword prev state, which represents previous state. So you just use prev state and arrow function. And then this is the spread operator, like Justin covered on Monday, Tuesday, something like that. And then this is the same idea. So yeah, this is the safer option. You can use the previous one, but this option is more recommended. So yeah, previous state keyword. So now that we know how to set state and retrieve state, let's look at this example. So what do you think this function will print to the console if we call it? Use the zoom reactions on the bottom of your screen. React a yes for A and a no for B. Let's see what you guys think. Okay, so the answer is actually, we don't know. So there's no guarantee as to whether our console will print A or B, and in practice, it would most likely print A because this.setState is an asynchronous function. So if you remember async functions from yesterday, once setState is called, we don't expect it to execute or finish right away. So React actually does this thing where it groups certain number of set state calls together and then processes them all together in a batch to boost performance. So this is good for like website performance, right? It makes websites fast. So this is why React is so powerful in web development, but it can create some unexpected behaviors if we're trying to rely on the output of our states to be certain values. So what if we want to do something immediately after a state is changed? Like if we just put a line of code right after this dot set state, it won't do the right thing most of the time, unless your computer is really slow. So we would use a callback function in this case. So basically, in this example, a callback is the part that's boxed. And if we use a callback function, notice how everything's within the parentheses of set state, then this console.log would happen after the state is set. So if we put console.log down here outside of set state, then it wouldn't do the right thing. But if we put it inside as a callback, then it would do what we want. So it would happen after the state is changed to concatenate algorithm to our list. So now I'll pass it on to Kai, who will review lifecycle methods.
Cool. Yeah, let's jump into lifecycle methods now. So you probably remember these briefly from Nico's lecture yesterday. He talked about, for example, render was the main one that we talked about, and we talked about the constructor. So you might remember what the diagram looked like from yesterday. It was probably something like this, right? Constructor, and then render, and then every time there's a change in state or prop, render gets called again. Every time there's a change, we re-render. Okay, I'm just going to redraw this diagram real quickly to make it a little bit more clear. You'll see this in a second. It's the same thing, just slightly different shape. So one thing to note here is that you might be tempted to write code that modifies the state of your component within the render method. And from this diagram, you can probably see why that might be a bad idea, right? You guys want to drop in the chat why it might be a bad idea to update your state or call set state in your render method? Yeah, people are getting it. You can imagine this could very quickly turn into an infinite loop. This little cycle here will just go back and back very quickly. Fortunately, React will actually catch this for you and warn you about it instead of like killing your computer or something. But you don't want to do that. It will cause errors in your application. So takeaway, do not call set state within render. Cool. So let's add a little bit more detail to this diagram now. So it re-renders every time you call this .set state or its props change. And we're going to call this initial render on the top here. We're going to call that the mount. In React, it's the terminology we'll use. Mount is the initial render. It's kind of called that because it's when React actually takes the component and initially puts it on the page. So if you remember from the Snake game, when we did like document.append child or something like that, React actually does that same thing internally, and it calls that the mount. So that's what the initial render is. Okay. So actually after the mount, there's another thing that we haven't told you about yet called component did mount. And the way you should think about that is just after the initial render or the mount, then any code that you put inside component did mount will get run. So I'll go over this more detail in a second, but you might want to fetch data in component did mount. You might want to do other actions, that kind of thing, after the component initially gets put on the page. Cool. And then the last thing I'm going to add here is update. So any later render call is called an update. So the initial one is the mount, any later one is the update. And there's actually one more thing here called component did update, and it mirrors component did mount. Just any code you put in component did update will get called after these secondary renders. Cool. Any questions about that so far? Feel free to drop small questions in the chat if you would like to. All right, let's jump into a little bit more detail on what we might use. Oh yeah, render is just going to be the method that we talked about yesterday that will return the HTML that React puts on the page. Okay, a little bit more detail. Component mount is only going to run once every time the component gets put on the page. So you can think of this as after component first renders. And the most common use cases are to load some data, either usually into state. So it might call an API. So if you remember Noah's lecture on APIs and async yesterday, you might make an API call in component mount. You might perform some like heavy computation, something else like that. And then you might want to put that data into the state in component mount. Component update is very similar. It runs after every render except the initial one though. So you can think of this after every time that the component re-renders. It's not as commonly used, but it can still be useful sometimes. So an example use case might be if you're validating a form, maybe you want a little green check mark to show up after like you've verified that an email is not used or something like that. After the component updates, you might want to do some logic to check if that email was valid and then set some state to put the green check mark on the page. Or autosave functionality. So every time someone types something, it will automatically send something to the server. Cool. There are other lifecycle methods. I've linked a diagram here. You don't need to know this because they're not going to be used for the most part in your websites, but there are a couple other lifecycle methods, and you can just think of them as adding a few more things to this diagram here. But don't worry about those other methods for now. Cool. Any questions about lifecycle methods before we jump into get and post? Feel free to drop ones that you think would be useful in the chat. I noticed someone asked in the questions doc about waiting. The way you should think about that is just the React library is the one keeping track of all of these updates and stuff. So this waiting box just means that nobody has done any action on the web page for a little while, and the React library isn't really doing anything at the moment. It's just waiting for user input, and then it will call one of these methods once there is some input that causes a state or props change. So most of the time React isn't doing anything. That's this waiting, and then sometimes it will be doing things. Cool. Let's jump into get and post. So Noah talked about APIs yesterday in sort of a high level capacity. So you're sending information from the client to the server, and then some information comes back. And he talked about different methods like get and post. In web.lab, we actually provided a nice little file called utilities.js that abstracts away the actual writing pure JavaScript code. And you can just call the methods get and post, and they will look like this. It's a nice simple syntax. We've handled a few error things for you. We recommend using the things in utilities.js. But when you do use those, it will look just like this. That's all you need to call them. So when you call get, it will make a get request to the API endpoint that you specify as the first argument. So in this case, we're querying the server at /API/foo. And then it will send any data that you give as the second argument. So in this case, it's sending bar0 as the data back to the server. And then as Noah talked about yesterday, since this is an asynchronous promise-based function, you can then use .then here and give it a callback function. Anything you put in the callback will get called once the network request to the server gets completed. So once the data comes back from the server, it will be in res or result. You can call this argument whatever, but then all this does is when the data comes back, it will console.log it. So here's an example usage of how you might use that in an actual web app. This is an example from a web app I wrote for my dorm that just handles packages for the front desk of the dorm. In this case, get is getting called to /API/packages, And then whatever data comes back, we're going to actually combine that with what Claire talked about earlier, this .set state. And we're doing this in component did mount because we want this data to come in once the user loads the package list component on their page. So once they click on whatever button or navigate to whatever page that has this component, the package list component on it, component did mount will get called after the component gets put on the page, like we talked about earlier. And then we're going to make the GET request. And then when the GET request finishes, when we get the data back, we're going to call this .set state and just put that information in state. So that information is now saved into state, and we can use it as a regular JavaScript variable. And remember that once set state gets called, we'll actually get the render method called again. So the component will re-render, and any new information, for example, all the packages, will be taken into account in that new time that render gets called. Okay, so then the other thing you might want to do is send data back to the server. And as Noah talked about, you might commonly use the post method to use this. This is an example usage from the same web app of using a post request. In this case, when you click a button, so this is just some React component called button, doesn't really matter what's in that component, but React actually exposes something called onClick. And all that does is whatever function you hand it here, it will call that function when a user clicks on that component. So this is handle toggle admin is just some function that I wrote, and React will call that function. It will make sure that function is called when a user clicks on this button. So here's what handle toggle admin might look like. It might make a post request to the server, in this case to /API/user/admin. It might send some data. So in this case, it's just toggling the current state of whether that user is an admin or not. And then when it's finished with that, it's going to have this callback to just set state to the same thing. So all this is doing is updating the data on the server. And then when the server completes that request in the .then, it updates the UI or the state to match. And because it's this .set state, React is going to call the render afterward. It's going to re-render or update the component with this new information, and then the UI will begin to show that. Cool. So this is just an example usage, pretty common usage of use case of how you might want to call post or make a post request to the server and send something. Okay. If there are any high-level questions about get and post, feel free to drop them in the chat. Otherwise, we'll move on to some JSX and render stuff. Cool. The first argument to get and post, we'll call that an endpoint, but that's just something that you're going to specify on the server. I think tomorrow we get into writing server code, and you'll see what that means. You'll see where you specify what this is when we start writing server code. But basically, this is just a unique string that you will specify on the server, and then when the server gets this, it will respond accordingly. Okay, yeah, let's just move on. So this is just a quick review of JSX. If you remember JSX from Nico's lecture, it's just a simple way to write HTML onto the page, but from inside JavaScript. So it's mostly used in React, and the syntax looks something like this. You can just assign a variable name or return or whatever, just like normal JavaScript stuff, but with HTML here. So you can see the H1 tags that look like HTML, but we're writing inside JavaScript. You don't really need to know this for the class, but in the background, React will, when it compiles this code, it actually just translates these into regular JavaScript. So why might this be useful? Yesterday, when Nico showed you guys that you mostly did static content. So in the render methods, you might have just returned some static HTML that you had written ahead of time. But very importantly, since we're using JSX, anything is a variable now, or it can be assigned to a variable. It can be modified just like a variable in JavaScript, just like a full programming language that you have accessible to change your UI and modify your UI. So in this case, this is a very simple example of what you might want to use with JSX, is just assign things to variables. And that makes it a lot easier to separate out concerns. You can write your render method in whatever order that you want. And because these are variables, you can now modify them. So an example of, let me actually just review how this works. It's a little bit confusing, but we're writing JavaScript code. So this is a JavaScript file. But then as soon as you add an HTML tag like this, we go into HTML mode. That's the way you can think about it. And so this is HTML. And then as soon as you add the curly braces again, you go back into JavaScript mode. I know this is confusing. So JavaScript, HTML, and then back to JavaScript again. But anything inside these curly braces is completely valid JavaScript. And so a variable name like header or content works fine, or whatever, a mathematical expression, any expression, a function call, you can put anything JavaScript there. Okay, so let's run through a quick use case of where this might become useful using JSX to actually dynamically render content. So it's a very simple example. Maybe you want to display a loading indicator. So there's some state in your component that indicates whether or not the page is still loading data, whether it's still waiting on data. And we want to show a loading message while it's still loading. Otherwise, you just want to show some piece of content. So here would be the simple way to do that. Conditional rendering is what we're going to call this. Just based on some conditional, we want to render different things. Since JavaScript code, we can just say if this.state.loading, and we return this thing with the loading message underneath. Otherwise, we can return this thing with the actual content underneath. But you might notice that we had to duplicate the header code here, and we had to duplicate the div here. You can see how that could get pretty annoying pretty fast if you had to have a different if branch for every single different possible thing that you might want to render in your render method for your component. So there's a much simpler way to do this with JSX. Because we can use regular JavaScript variables, we can just initialize content to null. And then depending on whether or not the state is loading, we can modify the content of the variable content. Maybe I should not have named this variable content. Okay, basically content is going to contain different HTML depending on whether or not this.state.loading is true with this if statement. And then because we use content down here, it will render the exact same thing as the previous example. So this and this will render the exact same thing, but the second one is much more modular, and we could expand this a lot more easily to more if statements, more different variables, lots of different content. And then Nico showed you this yesterday, but an even quicker and simpler way to do it is using something called the ternary operator, which is a pretty common pattern in React. So in this case, because anything inside these curly braces here is completely valid JavaScript, we can just put a ternary operator and say this.state.loading. And remember, the syntax is the result, if it's true, is the first thing, and if it's false, the second thing. So if this.state.loading is true, then we'll display the loading message. Otherwise, we'll display the content itself. So these three examples here all render the exact same thing, but you can see we've used different aspects of JSX and like the nice parts that come with JSX, putting like embedding JavaScript inside of our HTML, or in this case, assigning our HTML to JavaScript variables. We've used the different advantages of JSX to dynamically render content on the page, depending on the state. And you could also do the same thing depending on props. Cool. Okay, let's move on to one last piece of content on React. So the last thing, one more thing that you might commonly run into when creating a React application is something I'm going to call loop rendering. But it's just a really common pattern to need to render an array of data, not just a single item. So in any feed component or a list of comments or a list of users, you're going to have an array of things in JavaScript, and you need some sort of simple way to take that array of JavaScript objects, normal variables, and then map that to HTML. And I am using the word map here intentionally. You might remember the function called map that we went over in the introduction to JavaScript. So the function called map, all it does is creates a new array by applying some function, a callback function, to every element of the starting array. So in this case, we've got this is, I think, the same example Justin used the other day, but we've got some array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we call it .map, multiplying each element times 3, and you end up with 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Fairly straightforward. It just creates a new array from an old one by applying a function to each element in that array. .map turns out to be extremely useful in React. So in React, you might have some list of elements. In this case, it's just an array of JavaScript objects that contain an ID and a name. And let's say we want to render each of those, but not as just, a JavaScript object. We don't want these colons and the curly braces and stuff like that. React, okay, this isn't strictly true. React can render this thing on the left. It just is going to look gross. It's going to look like a JavaScript object, which is not quite what we want. But let's say we want to actually do something reasonable with this data. So for example, we want to put the name in a div and then render that. So if we use .map, it will put each of these items through the callback function. And then we'll end up on the other side with our 4 divs with the 4 names inside of them. And React can render this in a nice way since it's just JSX. So what does that look like in actual code? Let's see an example. So for HTML, we might want to have some array of data like this with an ID and some text. And we want to render this text inside of a div for each item in the data array. So here's our .map, and we're feeding it a callback function that takes an item, and then it returns a div with item.text inside of it. So there's one other important thing here that you probably haven't seen yet is the key thing here. React actually requires you to give a key every time you render an array of things. It doesn't matter too much why you need this key. I guess the TLDR is that React needs to keep track of which item is which internally. And so you need to feed it some unique identifier to tell it which item is which. So in this case, we're just using the ID thing here. And you can see in the comment here what this will actually end up rendering in React. It's going to be an array of elements, which React can render just fine, an array of divs where there's a key and there's some text. And we can do the exact same thing with components. So in this last example, we just did it in a div, but we can also do this with components. So let's say item component is some other component that we've written in a different file, other React component, that takes a prop called content. And maybe it might render anything with that prop called content. We don't really know. But with using the .map pattern, we can also just render an item component for each array in data, or for each item in the data array. And we do still need a key, and we're handing it this content prop. So now it's going to render 2 item components with the different props. A slightly shorter way of doing this, you'll notice that I have the curly braces here in this callback and the return here. But you might have noticed in some of the callback functions we've written, we don't always have that. You can actually do this, which is equivalent. If you don't include the curly braces, you can skip the return statement. If you do include the curly braces like this, you do need the return statement. But if it's a short one-line thing like this that you're using in .map, you can usually skip the curly braces in the return statement. And this will render the exact same thing. Awesome. So hopefully you guys now have the building blocks to build a fully functioning React app that actually dynamically shows things and does interesting things. And that is it for this lecture.
Hi, do I need to make you host again?
That would be great.
Okay. Go.
We will go to, I think, Shannon next
Yeah.
to actually use this stuff in practice.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So before we go on, because this will be a workshop, I want to go over some frequently asked questions that we've seen in the feedback form and the Google Doc. So for Git, this is why we keep doing git reset hard and git checkout some workshop step like every time in a workshop. So git reset hard will reset the local version of your code. So that's on your computer. And it will match the version that's stored on GitHub. So it'll like reset all your changes. So think of GitHub, I don't know, it's on the cloud somewhere, hands you some nicely packaged code when you like fetch or pull, whatever. And then you're in the workshop, you're making a lot of edits, and then your code just breaks, doesn't work anymore. It kind of looks like that. Basically, you can git reset hard to not end up in this situation, because you can imagine if you want to control Z like 10,000 times, that's just a waste of time. You can just reset it to the what's stored in Git. Yeah, and now you're happy. Yay! So this helps staff debug too. So if you reset hard, you'll be like on our version of the code, which is stored in GitHub. And git checkout workshop, let's say like for this one, 3, like step 0 or the starter code or complete. It'll retrieve a specific branch from GitHub for this specific repo, catbook React. So we can think of this kind of like, I guess, version history. If you notice on Google Docs, like you can see a lot of people who edit it. And so you basically want to like restore a certain version, and like these different versions are like branches in GitHub. And so if you take a look at workshop, we have it in order. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Each of these will contain different code. The code at the branch workshop 2, step 3 is going to have completed steps from, in our case, from workshop step 2 and step 1. And that's why we do checkout every time. It's an easy way to have checkpoints along the workshops. I mean, you guys are caught up instead of just having like a completed workshop code, which can be very overwhelming to look at. But yeah, let me see if there's any questions. Okay, cool. But yeah, if you have more questions about Git, version control, React, anything, come to OH. We'll probably try to have more, like, and try to accommodate people in different time zones. Look out for that soon. Yeah, so now onto the workshop. We're going to apply that Git we just reviewed. So today we're going to apply the React concepts we learned, specifically connecting things with like an API, like using it, and also routing, because that's important, because pretty sure your web page is not going to have just one like view or one page. So if we remember from Nico's workshop yesterday, we made like a static profile page in React. So we went over how to create a component. We went over states and props earlier. And in lecture yesterday, Noah taught us what an API is, how to make an HTTP request, and also like asynchronous programming, like how should you handle a promise, which we will go over today. Yeah, so we're going back to Catbook. We're gonna, become React gods by the end of this. And then we're gonna learn how to interact with an API from the front end. We won't be building this front end, building the API today. That's for tomorrow's workshop. So, but we'll provide the endpoints for you that you can try yourself. Refresh, get, and post request. So a get request will essentially get the information from you once you pass in a certain endpoint. Post request will send something to server and tell it to make some edits. And yeah. So here's a refresher. So we have get API, and the get API, when you returned like a story, and here we have fields like content, creator ID, creator name, and this. So this will be very useful because today we'll be handling data that looks exactly like this and rendering it in our front end. So getting started, let's navigate to the Capbook React repo. We're gonna reset hard, which means we reset our changes. Then we're gonna check out to Workshop 3 Starter and hit that npm install. So I'm here. I will also check out to Workshop 3 Starter. I am already on it. And I am also going to just hit npm install for demonstration purposes. So I'll give you guys a second to open up your code and get there. And then we can open the code in VS Code. Yeah. Let us know if you need help. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Is anyone having trouble getting? I will move on. If you need help, put yourself on the help queue. But make sure you're in the Capbook React repo. So you can see that our code looks pretty much the same as Nico's workshop. Like we have our feed, we have some new modules, but we have a new file. It's called utilities.js. Kai just talked about this, Kai and Claire. So it's kind of black boxes the get and post request, but we can look at it for a bit. So this is a URL that we're making. Oh, yes, I can make this bigger. This is a URL we're using to make API requests. So this is just kind of a Capbook instance we hosted in Heroku. And important things to note is these two things at the bottom. Export function get, which takes in the endpoint. If you remember, it's like /API/ I don't know, story, something like that. And post. Okay, I will zoom in even more. Cool. Is this good? Okay. So we also have post. Oh, one more. Okay. Yeah, so if you export this a function, that means you can import it in any other file in your React code and use it, which is why we export it here. But yeah, we have these two get and post requests that we'll be using and importing in all our other files. What was the second command in terminal? npm install, I believe. Oh, this end code period is just to open up my VS Code. But yeah, so that's utilities.js. Let's get to. So if you recall from Nico's workshop, our component hierarchy was app, which was kind of the parent of everything. We have a navbar as well, a profile, which contained like this cat happiness component, which you would click on to increase the happiness of the cat. Today, we will be buffing up our React app. We're going to add this new component called the feed, which will hold all of your stories and comments and allow people to also post their own stories and comments. So today we're going to work on building a card. A card is just like one of those, it contains one of those stories. And a single story is just like the content of the story, while the comments block will include every single comment for that story. And we'll also have a new story component we'll get into later, which is like basically an input field and allows people to make a post request and add their own story. So our goals for today is to complete that feed page, see other posts, the ability to see that. And that's by using, if you remember, called a get request, because we're getting all the stories and to display them on our feed. And also the ability to make your own post, which is a post request, because we're telling the server, hey, can you add this new story to your database? And also, very importantly, front-end routing. So let's run npm run hotloader. Let me move. Okay. So I'm going to run npm hotloader in my terminal. We're going to wait for it to compile. Waiting. Okay, great. Compile successful. And you can see we should navigate to localhost 5000. And we can see the same thing we saw in Nico's workshop, which is their profile, you click on the cat and it becomes very happy. And yeah, this is a profile page. I'll give you guys a sec to navigate there. Let us know if you're having issues running the hotloader command. That can be a little finicky sometimes. Yeah. Oh, so it should look like this. Okay. No. Oh, so let me pull out my terminal. I think actually what you want to do is to run npm run hotloader in your catbook React repository. So I can stop it by controlling C. So you can see I'm in my catbook React repo. I'm going to zoom in a little. All I'm going to do is run this command, npm run hotloader. Should be very similar to yesterday's workshop. Yeah, and it should say compile successfully, hopefully. And you should see this. Cool. We're going to move on. So as a warm-up, I want you guys to, well, I'll walk you through this. So we will import feed.js, and we're going to render the feed instead of profile. I want the feed to be the first thing I see on this catbook instead of profile. So we can do that. Move this out of the way. Okay. So let's go to app.js. Sorry. That is here. Let me open. So app.js you can find in client source components app.js. If you're in VS Code, you can do a shortcut called Command P, and you can type in app.js, and it will do that for you. So it's very cool. Okay, so we're here. We're on step 0, and we've left to-dos for you to make this a little easier. You can probably just look up step 0 in your thing to find those to-dos. But what I want to do is I want to import feed. So following examples of like import profile, import navbar, I'm going to import feed from, and feed happens to be in pages, feed. So I'm going to do this. This is a first step. Okay. And the second step we want to do is we want to render the feed instead of the profile. So you can see here, this is where profile is rendered. All I'm going to do is, I'm just going to comment it out, so delete it. And in this second to-do, I'm going to render the feed instead of profile. So we can do that the same way we did that, the profile. I'm going to hit save. I'm going to navigate back to my profile page, and you should see something that is the profile page being replaced with text that says, this is the feed. This should just be 2 lines of code that you're adding for this warm-up step. Basically, you want to import feed at the top of the page on app.js, and then we want to render it in the return function instead of profile. So, yeah. Any questions? Give you guys a sec to catch up. And then we are going to, you guys want to catch up, I'm going to follow the instructions on the workshop. So we're going to get reset hard. Oh, shortcut for commenting out. Yeah. What I do is I'm on a Mac, so I do command ? So yeah. Let me know if that works. I don't know what the shortcut is on Windows. It might be control ? Oh, control / very different. But on Mac, it is command ?
It's
Yeah.
command / on Mac too.
What? Oh, they're the same key. I'm dumb. But yeah, great. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we're going to get reset hard. This will wipe our changes. We're gonna get checkout to workshop 3, step 1. And then you should be caught up with this warm-up step. I'm gonna leave this here, give us like a couple seconds. So remember to get reset hard. Oh, yeah, Command P. So a navigation tip for using VS Code, if I'm trying to find a file, let's say I was trying to find like where the hell do I import feed? You do Command P on VS Code, or I don't know, Control P, and then you just type in feed or something. And then if you press enter, it will open that for you. So I can do this with other components too, and it'll like show me the path and where it is. Okay, I will enlarge the text on my terminal a little more. Okay, cool. So let's go to next step. So step 1, we are going to make a request to our API here. So in feed.js, we're going to get the stories. It's kind of boring right now. All it says it's affirming that it's a feed, but we want to see actual real story. So you guys can follow along with me. You don't, or you can also like code it, but you can also just watch me code this. So move this out of the screen. Okay, so let's go to feed.js. I'm gonna do Command P and type in feed and navigate here. But if you don't want to use a shortcut, it is in client source pages feed. You can see the path at the top here if you guys get lost. Okay, cool. So let's get stories. So let's see these to-dos. So first thing we want to do is we need to define a state to hold the stories. We can't just assign a random variable. We need to put it in state. So if you remember how to declare state, you do this dot state equals to, and let's just call our variable here stories. And then we're going to initialize it to an empty array. There we go. And that's our one of our first to-dos. Cool. So that's the first step. We're still in feed.js. Now, for the fun part, we should make our API request in component did mount, if you remember from Kai's lecture. So we are going to use this get function that we've imported for you at the top of feed.js. So we're going to implement a get call to get the stories, and we're going to assign it to the state using the set state function. Let's do that together. So we're going to call get. And you can see my VS Code here has nicely told me what kind of parameters it says, the endpoint. So in the slides right here, the endpoint is provided for you. Like we have already built the API for you. We're going to call /API/stories. So I'm going to type that in here. And this happens to not take any other parameters. So I can just get out this parentheses. Then I'm going to dot then this, because if you remember, these are asynchronous. So we need to wait for the response from the get request in order to set the state. So we have that then, and remember it takes a callback parameter. Let's call them story objects, because they're like JSON objects that are returned. And then we're going to set state here. So we're going to call this dot set state. If you remember, the variable we declared was called stories. So we're going to set stories to the story objects here. Yay. So far in this step, I've added these 2 chunks of code. Yeah. Oops. Okay. So now I also want to show the stories in the render function. So right now, if I just save this, because I'm not using the state variable right now to display anything, I'm still going to see this is the feed. Very useless information. I want to see the story. So we're going to remove this hard-coded thing here. And then we are going to use a function called json.stringify, because React can't render objects. It just doesn't know how. So we're just going to make it a string. And json.stringify is a built-in JavaScript function that you can use to make your object and convert it to a string type. So that way the browser knows how to render it. If you remember, so all we have to do is this dot state dot stories. Okay, I'm going to save that and see, navigate to our profile page, and it worked. Look, so let me zoom into the cat book. So we can see here, this is literally a string that looks like the list, but we have 3 objects here. So 3 stories. Each of them has an underscore ID field, creator name, and content. And we can ignore the -sv that's from, but yeah. So there we are. Okay. It should look something like this. What is the purpose of component did mount? Yeah, so you want to make your API request in component did mount. This is kind of telling, if you remember from Kai's lecture, we kind of want to wait for the component to mount onto the DOM and then make our GET request. Yeah. So I'll give you guys a sec. This is the only file modified for step 1. Let me peep at the question. Okay. As always, you can reset hard and check out if you need any. So I will now, we will move on to the next step by doing these steps. So we're going to reset hard and check out to workshop 3, W3-step 2. Okay, so let's delete all the changes I just made. I'm going to re-check out to workshop 3, step 2. Give you guys a second to get here. I'll leave this slide. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next step. So I will walk you guys through this one as well. Okay. So right now we don't really want to see this. I don't think this is personally very aesthetically pleasing to the user. So we should probably render some React components instead. So we're going to see what a single story component looks like. So right now, move this away. We're going to render a single story component, just one of those, inside the feed, I believe. Yep. And pass in a dummy name and content. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see if it looks better. So, we're in feed. Okay. So instead of this, I'm just going to delete this for now. I'm going to code in single story. And I didn't import it. Oh no, that's going to break. So import single story from there we go. From modules single star. If you remember what the dot does, it just brings you one folder above where you currently are. So right now, if we're in pages feed and we want to import something from single story, which is in another folder above it, we need to go above. And yeah, so let's see what prop single story takes in. Oh, how kind. It tells us. Oh, yeah. We should, for good practice, put different JS. So if we navigate to single story, the shortcut I used here was command click. Alternatively, you can navigate to it by going to the thing up here. Okay, so it takes in 3 props as of now. Well, we want to render it. We want to show the creator name and the content. So how come you don't have to say utility? Oh, you don't really, this will compile if I don't put the .js ending. There's only one single story .js file in modules, so it'll know when you import it. And because I expert defaulted it, but if you had like different, for some reason, different file types that are named the same, but with different endings, you would need to specify it. That makes sense. Yeah, we will use map later on. This is just to demonstrate what a single story looks like. So right now, sorry. We're going to, so if you remember in feed right now, we just rendered a single story. We want to pass in the dummy props and we're going to make it look pretty for styling purposes. So let's pass in the ID. This should be like something dummy for now. Creator name, put like Jen, and then content equals to hello. So you can just put in anything you want as long as their prop names are called the correct thing. So we're in single story. Pass in the props, so it should work if we call this .props. And we're going to use JSX and props to render the story content and story creator and content. So let me bring you guys back to the slides. So we have already written CSS classes for you that you can use to make this look pretty. We are going to be using single story JS for every single one of those components in our stories state. So it should look something like this at the end. The name is bolded and the content's kind of big. So we can use the class u-bold to make that bold. And to make the story content appear bigger, we can use one of staff's CSS classes called car-story content. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to delete this. So we've already wrapped the div in the car-story. Right now, I want to render the creator name and the content, if you remember. So let's use something called like a span or something to render this .props.creator name. If you remember, this was one of the props that we just passed in. Cool. Okay. Let's give it a class name. Remember, we wanted the names to be bold, so we can use a utility class u-bold. And the way we give a class name to a React component is by using class, a camel case class name, not just class, like in HTML. This will break. So u-bold. Cool. Now we also want to show the content. So let's make that a p tag. That's like a lot of text. So we can pass in this .props.content. And then we're going to give it, if you remember from the slides, car-story content. And that worked. This is the first step. We were basically styling single story JS so that we can use it later in a map function to make all of those stories very pretty. This was a bit of a bigger step, so I'm going to leave this open for like 30 seconds to a minute. But yeah, so I'll reiterate what I did in this step. In feed, I imported single story, and I rendered a dummy one here just to see what the styling would look like. Did the majority of the work in single story JS, where I would render the props, put it in a span or a p tag, and give it some class names to apply some style. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Why underscore before ID? How do we use it? Oh, well, we didn't use the ID here yet. Yeah, the dummy variable is in feed. So you can see here, I'm not using any of my state variables. Instead, I hard-coded the story to have my name and the content hello. The add param thing is just some things we can use. So like later when we're coding and we import this and we type it, it'll show up. So if I hover over a single story, it'll show you the app params. I think Python and like Java also have similar things where you can specify the parameters of like a function. And like, why the underscore for ID? That's just because we were trying to follow the naming of the JSON object. So if you remember well, I can show that in the next slide, but our JSON objects are passed in like when we get it from the API, and all of them have an underscore ID field. So we just wanted to follow the same naming. That's all. Okay, I'm going to move on. And we can all check out to workshop 3, step 3 after resetting. Oh, I'm gonna leave this up for a little longer. ID. Oh, so Daniel asked in chat. I just hard coded the ID creator name and content for now and rendered one thing, but later I'll show you guys how to map it and use the state to pass down the real props instead of just my name and my content. Okay. Cool. So now we're on step 3. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to map all of the stories that we just fetched into a component array. So we're going to turn this object array into a component array, and you're like a component array of specifically single story elements. So let's do another review. So the map method will create a new array, and it applies a function on every element of the starting array. So let's say we have something that looks like this, ID with name, but what we want to do is to render the name, item.name, into a div. Let's say we want to do that for this demonstration purpose. So, you're going to apply this on every element. So on ID 1, 2, 3, 4, all of these. And then we're going to return back an array of 4 with 4 different divs of the name. So this is something that map can do. We're going to do something extremely similar. We're going to take our stories array and render it to single stories. So React can't render that, but it can render like this, which is the single story. So we want something that looks like this at the end, instead of just my like hard-coded story. And we also want to handle the case if there's no stories, we can just put like hard-coded text that says there are just no stories right now. Cool. I'm going to leave this slide up. This is what we want to do. So if you remember, we are on step 3. So we'll be doing most of our work in the Vue.js. Great. So I'm going to remove this. I don't really want to hard code this. So in our render function, I'm going to do my logic out here. So we have, let's initialize our stories list, which later will hold an array of all our React elements, equal to null. We're going to have a condition. So if there is stories, which can be checked by doing if this.state.stories.length is a built-in JavaScript function you can use to check the length of arrays, does not equal to 0. We need 2 equal signs there, don't forget. Then this means, I'm just leave a comment here, we are gonna map. Else, we want that hard-coded text that says there's no stories. Oh no, okay. No stories, sad face. Now let's fill in this condition. So stories list equals 2. Now we're going to map. So we do this.state.stories.map. The map takes a callback function on the parameter is each element of that array. So let's call it story obj. Oops. Can't type. Okay. Cool. And then we're going to do step 2. So we're going to return single story, and props will take in creator name equals to the story object dot creator name, and content equals to the story object dot content. Oh, this is a lot of code, so I'm going to recap this right now. So if we check first, if there are stories, we map each of the story to a single story React component, because remember we had some nice pretty styling on it. We want it to look like that. Otherwise, we're going to render a div with no stories. And I know that story object each of them has this property dot creator name, because in 2 steps ago when I rendered that array, we could see that in the JSON object. So yeah, I'm going to save this. Catbook should look a little bit like, oh no, I forgot one more step. So here, I didn't actually use stories list. I left in this hard-coded component. What I can do here, I'm going to delete that whole line. I'm going to render stories list. And remember, I need to wrap this in curly braces because this is a JavaScript variable. If I just put this would just render stories list and not the value of the actual variable. So I need to wrap this in curly braces to let them know, hey, you should parse it. Hey, it worked. You can see the names are, well, they're all anonymous right now, but the content's there. Yay. Okay. This is what your thing should look like right now. Okay. So we can all get on the same page by git resetting hard. And we're going to git checkout to workshop 3, step 4. I will do this together. Cool. I'm going to check on the questions. Okay, let's move on. So right now we just made a GET request to get the stories. Now we want the ability for people to add their own stories, and we can do that with a post request. So we have conveniently provided an endpoint for you that allows you to post a new story. And this time, it's a little special. It takes in parameters, content. It'll take in a string of what the user wants their story to be. So we're going to be using this function in new post input.js. So we're going to make a component that can post stories. Move that out of the way. Cool. Let's go to this file, new post input.js. Cool. You can find this in component/module/new post input. I'm going to close this for more space. So first thing I want to do is, we have this comment that says new story is a new post component for story. That is exactly what I want. So I'm going to be coding in here in this to-do step 4. We're going to make a function that submits a post request. So I'm going to call this function add story. And then it's going to take in a value that I will pass in later when I'm calling the add story function, ideally with the content that the user wants to post. Then I'm going to make the post request, and it is conveniently imported for you up there. Wow. So I just have to call post. And then if you remember the endpoint, it was called /API/story. And then if you remember it takes in a parameter right here called content. So I need to basically pass in an object that has the content property. Object is done with curly braces, and then do the content, which is the value. Cool. The next thing I want to do in this to-do is to actually show something on the page. So let's take a look at this file. What does it have for us? It has, oh, how kind. It has something called new post input. And the prompts it takes in is the default text, which is placeholder text that you'll see on screen. An optional story ID prop, which is telling it for the parent. We'll go into this in detail later. And as well, most importantly, the onSubmit function, which takes in the onSubmit. It'll take in one value, the value, and return, I'll do something. So it won't return anything, but it'll do something. That is wonderful. Let us use that. We are going to return. So if you remember, new post input. It took in a default text parameter, which I like. So let's use it. If they have not typed anything yet, I'm going to set the default text to new story. I'm also going to pass in the onSubmit function. In our case here, this.add story. My add story function here is exactly what we want in the onSubmit that new post input requires us to do taking. If you see here that they call their onSubmit function that you pass in with the value of what the user does. I believe this might be incorrect, but just look at this file. So I'm just working in here, and we have to remember to, oh, it is exported. Great. I'm going to save this. This is the work we're doing in new post input. Next thing I want to do is to, that chat is not finished. Import this in the feed, because if you remember, we want to have something that looks like this. above all the stories that we render, I want to show this component. And this component is the one that we just coded, called new story. So what I can do here is I'm going to put new story in here. I did not import this. That is very bad. So that is one of the last to-dos in this step. Import new story from new post input. Okay, so this import looks a little different from like single story or all of these other ones. So I'll show you why. In single story, the reason why I don't have to wrap it in curly brackets is because I export default single story. There's really nothing else here that like I'm exporting, and that's why in feed I can kind of just go, let's import single story. That's all I want. However, in new post input, because we have the questionable practice of having multiple components in one file, we exported all of those. So you can see we have new comment, new story. There's no export default function here. So this is kind of syntax sugar, or like you need the syntax to make it work, to allow you to import something that's not the default export. We can go over this more, and I think we have more examples of this further on in the workshop. So yeah, save. Let's see what our cat book looks like. Yay! It has the new story. So say, hello. This is a new story. We're going to click the submit and cross our fingers. Hope it works. Refresh the page. Oh, there it is. Hello. This is a new story. And that was step, I forgot what number the step this was. Step 4. Yay. Okay. So if you have any questions, please ask. Let me check the questions left right now. I will walk through what we just did again one more time to drill it into your heads. But first thing I did was edit the new story component in new post input.js. What I did is I added a function that basically did a post request after taking in a value. And I also used new post input that was already defined for us to call on to add story and then set some default text for it. And that's the component you see here. This whole little guy. And last thing I did in this step is I imported it using the brackets here because it's not a default export. And then I rendered it right above our story list. This was kind of a big step, so don't worry if you're lost. Ask questions, but we can check out to get onto the same page. Will our site be updated? Oh, so I had to reload the page every time I click submit because we don't have live updating yet. That's for next week in our sockets lecture, which you guys should come to because that's an important one. So that's why I had to refresh the page. And it seems like people have gone to this step as I have seen many new posts come in. Holy shit, this works. Yes, it does. Great. Okay, so for the last thing to do before I let you guys go for lunch is you guys can please reset hard. And let's check out to workshop 3, step 5. I'm going to leave this up here. I'll leave the slide up. And okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So when we're back from lunch, I'll get you guys can be back at 3:05. Claire will be talking about app navigation, which is very important. So I would recommend you guys check out to step 5, get some lunch, take a break, and yeah.
Okay, we're gonna give probably like 1 more minute for some more people to trickle in, and then we'll get started at the second part of workshop 3. And as always, feel free to ask questions in the questions doc or the overflow questions doc, or insert yourself into the help queue if you need help. Okay, so we will get started. So now we're going to talk about, so in the first half of the workshop, we got the feed working and stories working. So our social media app is looking pretty snazzy right now, but we're missing a critical component, which is routing. So, oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, so if you haven't done this already, please do this. Get reset dash hard, get check out workshop 3, step 5 to be up to speed. So for app navigation, basically, if you go to any website, most websites will have the nav bar, which we talked about a lot. And they have these notions of pages where basically on the nav bar, you'll be able to click different links and they'll go to different pages on the website. So how do we actually navigate between these pages? So when on web apps, when we change page, like if we click on a different page, what changes besides the content on the page? Feel free to drop ideas into the chat. So like overall, like what is something that changes when you click on a link on the nav bar? Yeah, so the URL changes. And this is critical to the notion of routing because it means the URLs is directing a user to the content that they actually want. So, oh yeah, I forgot to press this. But anyways, this is a component tree. And basically you can see how under the app we have feed, and then we have profile, which are all pages. Not found is just like a default page that we want to show if the route doesn't match like the things that we designate. And yeah. So an example is on Catbook. Let's say we have a website called catbook.com. We want it to route to catbook.com/profile. If we click profile navbar, we also want it to route to like whatever route we define, basically. So we're going to use a library called the Reach Router library. This is the one we're going to be teaching. If you want to use something else, you can, but if you have problems with it, we might not be able to help debug. So just a warning. So how it works, that is basically we have a base URL such as like web.lab.mit.edu, and then the router will basically choose to render which component based on the thing that you're clicking on. So we can, let's say component A is like weblab.mit.edu/schedule. Let's say component B is weblab.mit.edu/about. And what component C is like, I don't know, team page or something like that. So the router will basically route you to that particular URL and then show you the component that you're requesting. So now let's go back to our code. And in app.js, we want to use the router component to actually like be able to route between different pages on the web app. And then in navbar, we're going to use the link component to make sure that the links on our navbar are connected to the router. So let's pull up our VS Code again. And this is the app container. Give you guys a second to pull up your VS Code. So basically, we want, hold up, give me a second. Okay, so first step is we want to import router because it's not automatically defined in VS Code. We need to import it. So we do import router. We need the curly brackets for this particular thing from, and the syntax is at, syntax is at reach/router. So this is sort of special syntax, but like this is just how you do it. And then you also want to import the not found page, like how you import the profile pages up here. So you just do from pages not found. That to do is done. So now we have imported the stuff we need for this step in app.js. And then now in app container, so we want our router to be within app container so that our elements, our components actually render within the container. So let's put it here, router, starting tag, closing tag, and then let's move the feed into the router so the router can know like, oh, we want to route to the particular feed, and we also want to route to profile and not found. But wait a second, there's something wrong with this because we need to tell the router like what URL we want to go through. Like right now we're just telling it, well, we want it to route to feed, we want it to route to profile, but like we don't know like what URL we're defining, right? We don't define it anywhere here. So we have to use a keyword called path, which just basically is the path name. If you do a slash, it's just basically the home page. So if you do like, wait, hold up. Okay, so if you have like catbook.com, then this will route to the feed if you just have a /. And then let's say we want catbook.com/profile to go to the profile. So then we will do path equals /profile. And then not found, we can use this keyword called default. I think Shannon demonstrated this before, but basically it will just, like if something is not profile or blank, it will go to not found. Okay, so now we've defined the router in app.js, but we need to define the links in the navbar. So this is like one side of the coin, and we have to define the other side of the coin in navbar.js. So let's move over to the navbar.js file under modules. And then we want to implement links to pages. So like how we imported router from @reach/router, we want to import link here also from @reach/router. So import curly bracket link from reach router. And then we want to use it here. So let's say the things that we want are homepage and profile. But there's also something we have to specify here. So here we specified the path, remember? So we want to tell the router what path to go to. On link, we also have to specify what link we're going to. So computers are not that smart, right? Like they don't know like everything we want it to do. So we have to write it again here. So to/ is home. So instead of using path, this is to, it's a different syntax, but it does the same thing. And this goes to /profile. So now let's go back to our localhost. If you quit your hotloader, please run it again. So npm hotloader, and we go back to our localhost. And now we see here, let me zoom in. So now we see here, we have links, home profile, and it does the right thing, which is good. But you know, it's like really ugly, right? Like it's not even in line with the title, and it's like stuck together, and like we just don't want that. So we have to style this the way we want to look. So let's look at our navbar.css file, which we graciously provided for y'all, and let's see what classes we can use. So navbar. So there's this thing called navbar link container. Wow, that seems kind of useful. It might need to contain the links that we're putting here. So let's make an extra div, navbar link container, and there's also this thing here called navbar link, which we should probably use to route the links. No. And then so we have navbar link container, navbar link, and then now we look at our thing. So the links look better and they're not stuck together anymore, but there's still something wrong with it because we want these things to be in line with the title, right? Because that's how navbars usually look. Like we have the title and then we have home here and then we have profile here. So we're going to use this thing called, it's in utilities.css. We're going to use this thing called inline block, which just puts the div in line with the thing before it. So let's copy this over and let's make title space navbar title space u inline block, and let's make the link container in line with the title. So these two things will be in line if we do this. So now let's see what we have. And this is our expected behavior. So this is good. And let's just check the links still work. Yeah. Okay. So that's step 5. If you were following along and you messed something up, remember to do get reset hard. So I'm trying to get back to the slides. Okay. Yeah. Oh, let's test the not found component. So if we do like slash, I don't know, Claire, then it will say 404 not found because that's our default not found page. Okay, so it works. Yay. So if you have questions, feel free to put in the questions doc, reset hard. Check, okay. And then, yeah, we will move on to step 6. So check out step 6. So now that stories are complete from what we did in the in like an hour ago, then it's time to work on the comments on the stories. So steps 6 to 8 are highly analogous to steps 1 to 4, which is now we're working on comments. Previously we're working on stories, but they're like similar in concept and style. And then now instead of working in feed.js, which renders our stories, we'll be working on this file called card.js, which renders our comments and stories. So basically you can think of like stories part of the feed and then comments is part of like this whole card thing that abstracts away a post. So high level overview, we use get requests to obtain the stories from the backend, and we're going to use a file called single comment that's a component that renders our data. So previously we used a get request for the endpoint API/stories, and it returns all stories, and we don't take any parameters because like we don't want to filter anything, right? Like we just want all the posts to come onto our feed. And then when we post, we use /API/story and it posts a new story. And the parameter we take in is content, which is just like the content, the text that we're putting in our story. So now we're going to use an endpoint called /API/comment. I don't know why it's not plural, but it's not. So if you write comments, it will not work. /API/comment, use a get request to return all comments for a particular story. So that means that we need to pass in a parameter. In this case, we define it as parent. So basically the parent just represents the story ID that this comment is supposed to be attached to. And then we send a post request to /API/comment, which posts a new comment. And the parameters that we take in is content like before, which is this time, this was a content of the story. This is the content of the comment. And I'll also take in the parent ID to know which which story it's associated with. So yeah, these are API stuff. And yeah, parameters different here. So let's follow along for step 6. We want to first get our comments in card.js, like how we got stories in feed.js, and then we want to render them. And then we want to use card in feed.js instead of using single story or whatever it was before. And then we should end up with something like this. So let's get back to our VS Code and figure out how to get comments. So in card.js, so now we're going to be working in card.js. Step 6, wow, a nice comment here. We want to import single story. So remember in feed, where is it? Remember in feed, you imported single story here and we rendered it here. So we're basically using card to abstract away a story. So we're going to replace this with card later. But for now, we're just going to work on card and do feed later. So import single story into card. Right syntax. Wait, we're in single story. Oh, sorry. Single story. And then we want to define our state. Let me delete this. We want to define our state in the constructor to hold comments. So remember in feed, we did this. Now we're going to do this dot state equals comments, empty list of comments, because we haven't gotten it from the database yet. So now that we've defined our state, initialize our state, we want to implement a get request to retrieve our comments and assign it to our state. So like in feed, we did this. Let's just copy it over. Except remember, we're going to use a different endpoint. It's called /API/comment. And also remember that we need to take in a parameter this time because we need to know which story it's associated with. So do parent, because we named it parent. And this is like something like, I don't know, the ID of the story. We will replace this later. And then we get our comment objects from the database and do this dot set state comments, comment objects. So how do we get this ID from the story? Well, here's a hint here is that the props that we're planning to pass into card from feed later on, we want to pass in an ID, a creator name, and a content of the story. So card is a component for displaying content like stories. So these are the things we're going to pass in as props. So we haven't passed them in yet because we haven't used card anywhere yet, but let's just assume for now that we already have these things. So since we have ID of the story, very convenient, we can just do this.props.id. And that will presumably, if we import it, if we pass in the props correctly, give us the ID of the story that the comments are attached to. So now we got our comments from the back end. And we want to render a single story using props and then render the comments from state. So return. If you don't return, the thing won't display. So please return. And then we have a div. And let's say we have a single story. And note that from before in feed, single story takes in creator name and content in feed. Let's go over to single story and check really quick. So we added a new hint that we want to pass in the ID of the story because it's just good practice to do that too. So we will implement the two things from before like we did in feed. So creator name, content, we'll pass that in, and we'll also pass in ID. So let's do ID equals something, creator name equals something. That's not right. Wait, that is right. Okay. And then content equals something. So here in feed, we have story object, which is because we got it from the stories part attribute of the state. But here in card, we don't have a stories attribute in the state. So how are we going to get these values?
Hey, Claire, can you go a little bit back and talk about what you're doing again, just to make sure we all get what you're doing?
Oh, in this step? Okay.
Yeah, just slow down a little bit more and explain it again.
Yeah, so basically right now we want to render the comments on our feed. So it's like before we saw, before we saw on our feed, we have all the stories, but these stories don't have any comments under them. Like we want to show the comments. So previously we were getting stories from the back end, and now we want to get comments from the back end to associate with each of these stories. So we're using a file, working a file called card.js, which is basically an abstraction for like a post thing on social media where it has like the story and then it has like the comments under it. So we're going to define attribute of our state called comments and initialize it as an empty list. And then we're going in component did mount. We're going to get comments from the backend using this endpoint. We're going to specify the parameter parent, which is basically the story ID that the comment is going to be associated with. And then we're going to get the comment objects and set state to comments. So now our comments will be populated with the stuff that we get from the database. So now we're going to render a story because the card is just a component that displays the story with the comments under it. So we're going to render single story like we did in feed. And then we want to figure out what to put in for the ID, the creator name, and the content. So let me check. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So ID, we recall that we had ID from the story. Well, presumably we're going to pass in these from the feed later on when we use card and feed. But right now we just assume we have these props already. So we have these very conveniently. We will just do this dot props dot underscore ID, this dot props dot creator name, and then this dot props dot content. Yeah, so this is our single story, and we have the fields that we need. And we also want to render the comments using a thing called json.stringify, which just turns it into a thing that you can, block of text that you can render. So remember to wrap this in curly brackets because it's a JavaScript object, this dot state dot comments. So now we save the file, we go back to our catbook and wait, hold up. Something is. Oh, okay. We missed a critical, so our comments doesn't show up yet because we haven't displayed the card anywhere. We haven't used it anywhere. Like we just wrote all this code in card, but in feed.js, we're not using card anywhere. So we want to use our card here instead of single story, since card is abstracting away our stories. So it says here to remove our single story input, import and import card. So let's do import card from modules card.js. And then we want to replace this with card. And reminder that now we're passing in our props from feed. So we want to pass in ID, creator name, and content. And we already have creator name and content here. So let's just add ID equals story object dot ID. Now let's save feed and go back. And now we have our comments. Hooray, so we have achieved. Okay, wait, there's still one more thing to do, actually, is remember that we like using CSS classes. So right now we're using json.stringify, so it looks ugly, but remember we have classes that I want to use. Here we're going to use a class name called card container. And if we use this, we go back to our feed and we see that, wait, something is sad, class name.
Oh, wait, Claire, could you like slow down a little bit? I think people are getting lost since there's a lot of different new files we're working on. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. Did you guys get like what we're trying to do right now? Or yeah, the comments are supposed to be ugly right now because we're just doing like JSON.stringify, which just takes in like our list and then just like makes them into like a string that's not very readable, but it shows up. Yeah. Comments are empty since none have been posted so far. Oh, I added some comments yesterday, like into the database, so they should be, yeah, the test ones should be showing up. Let me check the questions doc really quick. Yeah, I'll pause a bit more. Sorry about that. Okay, questions. Oh, okay, it loaded. Okay, so this is what it's supposed to look like right now. What have we done in feed.js other than importing card? So in feed.js, so from the previous step, the only thing we changed is to import card instead of single story. And then here previously we had like single story here, and we didn't have this ID. So the thing that we changed is we changed this thing to be card, and then we added this ID equals curly bracket story object dot underscore ID. Yeah. How do you get the boxes around the cards? So remember, we're importing like CSS files in every JavaScript React file that we're using. And in card.css, we have this thing called card container, and we're defining a border. So this is what I'm using here in the class name. So then it puts like a border around the card. Yeah. Are there any other questions about what we're doing right now?
Oh, could you just do like a quick review of what you've done so far in the entire workshop?
Okay, yeah. So first we went to app.js. And then in the render function, we added our router, which basically just routes between different pages. We define each of these components and their paths. So this would just show, tell the website like what paths we want to route to. So if we click localhost 5000/profile, then it go to the profile component. If we don't put anything after, it'll go to the feed component. And then if we do something other than these two, which is just a keyword default, we'll go to not found page, which says for not found. And then after we define this in app, we went to navbar.js in modules. And then we defined, we imported link. We have two link objects in link components in our navbar, which basically if the user clicks on them, then it'll take them to this path for home. So if they click on home, will take us to this path, 2 /. And then if we click on profile, it'll take us to profile. And then we use these CSS classes that we take from navbar.css. You don't have to worry too much about these right now, but basically these are just the classes that we're going to use for navbar to make our navbar look better. And then this was already given, I think, but we used uInline block, which is another CSS class, to make them sit in line with each other. So that's what we did in navbar. And then in step 6, we went to card.js and we initialize a state to hold our comments, because now we want to display the comments on each of the stories. And then we went to the API to get the comments from our backend server, and we specified our parent parameter, which just takes in the story ID that we want to associate the comments with. So we want to get the comments for a specific story, and this is a story that we want to get the comments from. So this is a story ID, and basically we're assuming that we pass these in from somewhere, which we're going to pass in from feed.js. But for right now, we're just going to assume that we already have these. So this is the ID prop, this is the creator name prop, like the creator of the story, and this is the content of the story. So then we can use this.props._ID. And then we got the comment objects, and we set it to the comments attribute of the state. component did mount. So now in render, we have single story, which is basically the same way that we rendered single story in feed.js, except this time we add an ID prop because it's just good practice to do so. And instead of doing in feed, in render, so before this was single story. Instead of doing story object dot creator name and story object dot content, this time we'll have this dot props because we don't have like this story object thing in card.js. This story dot object thing is we only have it in this dot state dot stories, which is only held in feed. So now in card, we have these things. We set them to the props that are passed down to single story. And then we render the comments using JSON.stringify for now, because we're going to style them later. And yeah, so after we did this, we went to feed and then we changed this. We didn't have this before. We imported single story. We imported card, sorry. We deleted single story and then we imported card at the top of feed.js. And then we changed the line in render that says single story to, why isn't single story? It's the same thing. So like this is just a shortcut. If we put a backslash at the end, it's basically the same thing as a closing tag. So we changed single story to card. And then we add the thing called ID because remember here in card.js at the top in props, we're like supposed to pass in ID, creator name, and content so that we can use it like down here. Like for example, this dot props ID, we need to pass in an ID here. So we're going to pass in from feed. We're going to do ID equals story object dot underscore ID. And yeah, that's where we're at right now. Hopefully that's clear. Do people have questions? Okay, so if we go to localhost and we refresh, well, we don't need to refresh, but if we go to localhost, we'll see that we have these stories that we rendered before, but now under them, we have these comments that are associated with each of these stories. So they should be different for each of the stories because we specified which story ID that we're attaching the comments to. And it looks ugly right now because we did JSON.stringify and we'll style them afterwards. Actually, you'll style them afterwards. So please ask any questions if you're confused again. Can we go back to feed.js? Okay, yeah. So feed.js looks like this. This is basically what we had for the previous step, except we changed single story here to card, and then we added an extra ID prop. And remember to import card as well, so we can use it. Can we see the GET request for the comments? Okay, so here is the GET request. It's basically the same GET request we used in feed for stories, except we just changed all the story things to comment, the comment version of it. And then we added a parameter here to specify which story that the comment is under. Does it do like comment? Sorry, what do you mean? Like, it's like, I think so. Oh yeah, if you get it from the browser. comments are empty. Make sure you spelled the API endpoint correctly. It's singular comment. And then the parentheses, make sure they match up. Okay, comments should not be empty for the first couple of posts. If you have ID in the card in the feed. Yeah. If the render function in card.js. Yeah, we do realize this workshop is a little bit complicated, so make sure to add yourself to the queue if you're running into problems or if things are not working. And also feel free to come to office hours if you have additional questions that aren't answered during class. So yeah, this is the step that we're at right now. And feed, remember to do this, else remember to change single story here to card, else you won't have this comments show up at all. Like it won't even be an empty list, it'll just not show up. And then, yeah. So it should look something like this. Okay, so now we're going to go into breakout rooms and try to implement this on your own. So first, before you go, don't go yet. We're going to try to, what you're going to do is going to try to implement single comment.js. So remember when we implemented single story before break, we're going to implement single comment.js. And then we're going to use single comment in card.js, just like how we used card in feed. Now we're just going one level below and we're going to use single comment in card. And this, what we're trying to do is just basically like on the previous slide, we see how like the comment shows up, but it's like really ugly. Like no one wants to see this on an actual site. So we're going to format single comment like this. So pay attention to the CSS. This will just be a lot of like checking the CSS file to see what you want to use. We want the name to be bolded, and then we want a vertical line in between, and then we want the comment, the contents of the comment to the right side. So we want these two things to be in line. We don't want the comment to be like below the name. So try to figure out which CSS classes you should use. You can check like whatever CSS files that are included in the folder and enter yourself into the help queue if you have problems. And yeah, so, oh yeah, also feel free to take a screenshot of the slide or turn on the live stream in case you forget what you're trying to do. So feel free to go into breakout rooms. Or you can stay in the main room if you want. Okay, so people are coming back. Hopefully most of you guys made some progress, at least on step 7. And we'll be going over the code really quick. Oh, not really quick. We'll be going over the code not too quickly this time, and hopefully it will make sense. So yeah, so what we want to do, sorry, give me a second. Okay, so what we want to do is basically we want to go to the single comment.js file, which is under modules. And like we see, it already shows like the props that we're planning to pass in. So we're just going to assume these are already passed in for now. Like before, we're going to pass them in, actually pass them in later. And it says to use JSX and props to render comment using the creator and the content. So let's create a div that uses, that shows like, so remember curly brackets because this is a JavaScript thing, and we want to remember, if we go back to the slide, we want it to look like creator name and then the content with like a bar in between. So back to our code, let's put the creator name first. If you remember from HTML, CSS, we actually want to use something called span, which puts them in inline. And then we want to have this .props .content. And let's say like, oh, we want the vertical bar in between, like on the slide. So we can just do like, I keep forgetting. Okay, we can just use like the vertical bar on your laptop thing and do a plus, which concatenates the string. And then we can put spaces so it's like nicer looking. So now we have all the major components of our comment. We have our creator name here, this .props .creator name. We have our content here, and we have the vertical bar. But remember that we want our creator name to be bolded. So we're going to check our utilities.css file, which is where our basic CSS classes are defined. You have this root, ignore it, body, whatever. Okay, scroll. We find this thing called ubold, which seems like it should be useful. So let's copy u-bold, and let's use it here in the creator name. So class name equals bold. And then we already have our comment body wrapped here, wrapping the whole thing in a div using this CSS class. So it kind of seems like we're done, right? Like we're not really doing much styling on this. So before we like try to refresh our thing and try to see like our comments, refresh our localhost and try to see our comments rendered, we remember that, wait, okay, I think it takes a while. Okay, yeah. Basically, we realize that it's not styled yet because we haven't imported single comment. We haven't used single comment anywhere yet. Like we haven't returned it yet. So we have to go back to our code, single comment. We want to use it in our card now. So in card.js from before, card.js and modules, remember in render, we just use json.stringify this .state.comments. That's why it's so ugly. That's what you see right now. So instead of using json.stringify, now we want to use the thing that we just implemented called single comment. So we're going to do, oh, we have to import it first. Yeah, okay, we have to import it. So on the top, do import single comment from /single comment.js. So import statement. And then now that we've imported single comment, come down here to render again and we want to just basically replace this. So let's take this out, and we want to basically, let's copy this first. So let's say we're just rendering a single comment. Like we're rendering a single story here, we're rendering a single comment here. Later, we're going to like do multiple comments and do like the map function like before. Right now, we'll go back to, actually, let's go back to single comment again. Let me move it to the right. Okay, so on single comment, see that we're planning to pass in ID here and creator name and content so that we can use it. So we're not using ID here, but we're just passing in for good measure. We're using creator name here, and we're using content here. So we definitely want to pass those in. So we're going to do it similar to how this is done. Basically, ID equals, let's say, comment. Let's just name it comment object for now. But we don't have, reminder that we haven't defined this yet. So we're just going to pretend that we already have this. And then creator name comment object dot creator name. And we also want to pass in our content as a prop. So we'll do content equals comment object dot content. And then remember to close your component with the / and then the triangle bracket. So this only renders a single comment, right? Like we want to do multiple comments, like every single comment that's under story, we want to render it. So recall that in state, we defined a whole list of comments and we got it from the backend in the previous step. So we're going to utilize this because it stores our comment objects in comments, and we're going to do the thing that we basically take this .state.comments. Oh, this is going to be in the curly brackets because it's a JSX element. We're going to do .map, and then we're going to do map comment object. See, it's conveniently named comment object already. And then we're going to move this into the map function here. So this will basically, I'm going to move this over. This is going to basically reformatting a bit. This is going to basically take every single comment that we have stored in the state and then map it to a single comment component, passing in each comment object's ID, creator name, and content into the props in single comment that we have here. Okay, so our thing is complaining, okay, because we didn't close our curly bracket. No, there's something else. Okay, we didn't close another parentheses here. Okay, so now it's not complaining. So this is sort of what we want. And we added an extra bit of logic. If you already checked out and like reset or something, you might see that there's like reset and checked out to the next step. You might see that there's an extra piece of logic, which is we want to check if there's no comments. We don't want it to be empty because then like it's like, oh, you don't know if like you did it wrong or if it's like there's actually no comments. So we can define like how we did in feed, where we did let stories list equals null. And then if like this state.stories is length is not equal to 0, then we do a check. Else we do no story. So we can basically use the same logic for a comment. This is in feed.js render, by the way. So we can use the same logic in card, and we check let comments list equals null. And then if state, just copy this. My brain is dead. Okay, so constant has comments goes this.state.comments length not equal to 0. So this just checks if the length of the comments attribute comments list as part of our state is not equal to 0. So if it's not equal to 0, that means it has comments, right? Which is not in next step. Oh, right now we're going over step 7. Oh, if other staff can help answer a question in the chat. But basically, we're checking has comments, and then we can do, so if has comments, we can do comments list equals this dot state dot comments map. So we can just basically paste this here. Dot state dot comments map. And then if it has comments, we're going to map each comment, like before, to a single comment component. Else, we're going to set comments list equals div no comments. And then hold up, wait, give me a second. Well, the syntax should be correct. There's something else we need to do to make sure the so if we save this, we go to, oh wait, I don't know why I'm refreshing. It's not supposed to work. Okay, so we see that our comments are not showing up properly. So let's try to go through this together. We see that we're mapping here. Hold up. My thing is not working. I didn't pass the comments to the return statement. This should do like the automatic return thing that I think Nico talked about in the first thing. Show comments list. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was being sad. Okay, so comments list here. Wait. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. So comments list here, and then now we go back to our local host, wait for Heroku to not be bad. Okay, Heroku is, wait. If has comments means, yeah, no, this should be right. Okay. So now the comments are showing up. Thank God. We have our comments showing up in the proper format. That's step 7. Okay, so if you have questions, feel free to put in the questions doc, answer or enter the queue. And step 8 is to implement new comment. This is again your turn. So implement new comment in new post input.js. So this is the thing that will show up under the comments. So now instead of only being able to view comments, you can also post comments. And then we want to use new comments in card.js because like this whole thing is just a card. We want to put it basically under the list of comments, and then we want to render it. So feel free to join your breakout rooms again and work on step 8. If you're already done with step 8, feel free to chill or feel free to work on other steps, like later steps if you want. And yeah. So feel free to join your breakout rooms. could I show card.js again? Okay, so card.js again, basically the render function looks like this. Okay, so feel free to take a screenshot of step 8 or open the slides doc if you want. I'm going to go back to the code really quick just to review card.js render. Basically, the first thing we did, so this is the most critical component here, is we want to just map the comments attribute of our state to each single component that we wrote over here. So this is just a bunch of like JSX stuff, CSS stuff, styling the creator name, content. So we imported single comment, and then we want to make each comment map to a single comment component that takes in an ID, a creator name, and a content object. And then this whole logic here, it looks like a lot, but it's just basically checking if we have comments. Because like if we have an empty comments list and it says like, it's just like a blank like space, like there's nothing there, like we don't know if like that's no comments or like maybe there's something wrong with our code because like we're just like React noobs, right? So like there's maybe something wrong with our code. So we want to display this thing called no comments. Well, not display. We just want to display text that says no comments if there's no comments so that we know for sure we're doing the right thing. So this is just the same logic that we did in feed.js for stories. So here we're checking if we have stories to display them, else we display no stories. What does comments list do again? This just displays the comments. So the error I had before was basically I did all this logic and set comments list equal to whatever I wanted, and then I forgot to put it in the return statement. So if you don't put whatever you want to show in the return statement, then it won't return, so it won't show up on your browser when you're trying to load it. And you put it in curly brackets because it's a JavaScript object. So right now I'm doing let comments list, which is a variable equal to null. So initialize it to like null. And then where do we post comments to? Like the API. Oh, the API for comments is /API/comment. And then the parameters are parent and content. Yeah, I should probably have put this on the slide, but okay. So back to the code, we have comment object. Where's comment object coming from? So we're just like, we can name it whatever we want. Like we can name, this is basically the argument that like we're using the map function, which just maps each thing, like each object inside this .state.comments into single comment. So comment object is just each item inside this list. We can name it anything we want. We can name it like blah, and then it can be like blah.id, blah.creator name. Yeah. So it's just whatever, name it. And then we're just checking the length is greater than or equal to 0. And then if it has comments, so if the length is not 0, then we just do this map thing. If it's not. So if the list is empty, then we're just going to use this div, and then we're going to render it here under the story from the previous thing. So hopefully that's clear. What are parameters of the comment API again? Yeah, actually, I'll just paste it onto the slide so people can see it. Oops. Comment API, where is it? Okay. What? Yeah, so the parameters basically, oh, it got cut off. It says story, but parameters are parent, which is this parent story. So the story ID of the comment, story ID of the story that the comment is supposed to be attached to, and the content is the content, the text of the comment. I do not know the answer to that question. I will try right now. Yeah, Heroku is unfortunately kind of slow, but it's like it gives free deployment services and it's easy to connect to GitHub and to set up, which is why we use it for web.lab. But in the future, if you're making your own websites, you might either choose to use other deployment sites or like sometimes you have to pay for them, which is kind of sad. So like that's why, yeah, because this is yeah, if it's just static, you can use GitHub pages. So a lot of people's like personal blogs or like dorm websites, club websites use GitHub pages. If you're not doing like a lot of fancy logic, you just want to show text and images. But if you want to use like dynamic content, like use database stuff like posting, commenting, things like that, then you will need to use something like React or at least something with JavaScript. Or yeah, scripts.mit.edu also is a good thing. Oh yeah, if the web page is slow, you can either just wait or chill, or yeah. You can also look at the stuff for the next step if you want. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, that's a good point. Like Heroku gives free dynos for students. There's also like the GitHub student pack if you have the MIT certificate. How do you get infinite hours? Actually, I'm curious because like my dyno hours like always run out. I think there's like if you get like if you have the account, it gives you a certain number of free dynos, and then if you input your credit card, they don't charge you like if you don't go over the limit, but if you put in your credit card, it will give you more dynos. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's infinite, but it's definitely like a decently large number. The other good thing about dynos is that like so if you don't use them, basically like by default, like the most basic version, if you deploy a Heroku app, it'll like take a long time to load upon like starting. Like the first time you load it on a web page, like when it's not cached, it'll take a really long time. And then afterwards it'll be like faster, but if you don't use it for a while, it'll like go to sleep. If you use dynos, then like it'll like avoid that problem. No website. Okay, yeah, it seems like people are posting comments successfully. That seems like a good thing. Yeah, if the thing is slow or if it doesn't work, feel free to try to refresh and wait a bit. Okay, hello, people are coming back. So we're just going to go over step 8 really quick. No, not really quick. We're gonna go over step 8. So basically, we were in new post input.js under modules again, working a lot in modules today. And we want to implement new comment, which is all the way at the bottom. Oh wait, I actually checked out. Okay, let me check out the previous one. Okay, so git checkout workshop 3, step 8. Okay. Okay, that looks right. Okay, so let's pretend we didn't write any code in step 8. So what we do, we scroll all the way down to new comment at the bottom of new post input, and then we want to implement add comment. It says refer to new story, which is very useful. We look at new story. Okay, it does this thing. Let's paste it over and try to understand it. So basically what this add story did was, this is going to end up being a callback function. It takes in a thing called value, which is like basically React sort of packages it. So like when you're rendering, let's see here, when we're rendering, we have this component called new post input, and on submit, it takes whatever that you wrote in the text box and assigns it to value, and then it passes it into add story here, a new story. So again, this on submit, basically you can sort of black box it, but basically the high level overview is that it takes whatever that's in this input box. So whatever you typed in as the value, assigns it to the argument of add story here, and then it puts it into this body variable. So same idea here. We have value in this add comment function that we're going to use in render later. And then we want to define our parameters. Here we named it body. We can also just like not use this and like paste this in here, but you know, like we like to like write good code. So we're creating an extra line, naming the variable body. And then recall that we're taking in, when posting a comment, we're taking in 2 parameters. So we're taking the parent story ID, and then we're taking in the content of the comment. So we need to modify this a little. We can't exactly just copy paste. So we have comments and contents, and we have parent. And parent is just, we see here, here's another hint that we're presumably passing in a prop called story ID, which is the ID of the story that we want to add the comment to. So we do parent this.props.story ID. And we do this. Yeah. So let me pull this over a little bit. So now we have to change the endpoint, post API comment, and then body, which has our parent and our content params here. And then we have to implement our render function. So we want to implement render. It says refer to new story. So let's refer to new story. And then let's copy this because we're lazy, paste it in. Okay, so now we have new post input, default text, new story. That seems wrong. It's a new comment. And then on submit, we don't want to add a story. We want to add a comment. And then this on submit, again, it assigns the value for you. Whatever you write in the text box will go into this parentheses right here. So now we seem like we're done with this class. But we're not exactly done because, you know, we said we're going to pass in this prop called story ID, but like we didn't do that yet. We didn't even use new comment yet. So let's go to card.js under modules, back to the render function. And then we see here that, remember, we want the new comment component to show up under the list of comments. So in our code, under the list of comments, we have to import it. Yeah. Okay. So on the top, we're going to import new comment. I believe you have to do this from new post input.js. And then back down to render in the return under comments list, we want to do new comment and recall new post input and drag it over here. Recall that in new post input, we assume that what's the thing that makes me remember that you need to import? When I'm typing out the component name and I realize I never imported it, so I import it. Yeah. If it doesn't work, you also check if you didn't import stuff usually. So new comment, remember that we told ourselves that we would pass in a story ID so that we can attach the new post input thing to the right, the new comment thing to the right story. So we're going to pass in here equals, again, we used it here already. This dot props dot underscore ID. And then, yeah, remember the closing tag. So now let's check our cat book. Cat book is sad. Let's wait a moment for cat book to not be sad. But yeah, VS Code will also give you errors. Okay, I don't know if it's going to load anytime soon, but that's the high level, not that, that's the basically what you're supposed to do. And yeah, I guess we will not wait because we are running out of time, but just assume that it works. And then we're going to move on to, oh, it worked. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we have the submit button down here. We can type in here. The default text shows up here as new comment. It can be like blah. I don't know if it'll submit properly because nothing's loading, but you know it works. Okay. So let's get on the same page. Yeah, so if you weren't able to follow along, feel free to reset --hard. Check out workshop 3, step 9. And yeah, we will go over step 9 together. Okay, so follow along, step 9. So remember that we talked this a few hours ago that we want to extract out components when our code becomes too long or hard to read, because like with smaller components, it's easier to keep track of like what we're trying to do. Like, so remember when we abstracted out a story and a comment into car.js instead of just putting every single thing in feed, because then feed would be this giant monster file that we don't want to touch or read. So we want to extract out components when it makes sense. Keep our components small, modular. And so let's try to improve upon car.js. So, this is what we want to achieve at the end of step 9. Basically, we want this comments thing to look nicer, not like, yeah, still not loading, but anyways, this is like kind of ugly, like it's like left aligned, stuck to the border. Like we don't really want that. We also want the comments to be sort of like a different color, so it looks nicer, more aesthetic. And yeah, so we want to go back to our code now, and let's go to the file called comments block. Actually, let me do the reset thing as well. Git reset hard, git checkout workshop. Step 9. Okay, so now we are in comments block.js. It says to import single comment and new comment, so we will do that from single comment.js. Also import new comment from new post input.js. Okay, so now we've done our imports. we scroll down. This file is not very long, thank God, because there's nothing in here. So we need to add stuff in here. I want to implement render. So we'll make a div. No, we will return. We will return and make an empty div, and then we'll fill stuff in here. So let's check for CSS sake. First check what kind of thing we want to use for the class name for the div to make it look nice. So let's go to card. Let's check. There's this thing called card comment section right here on the third one here down. So this seems like it would be a useful thing to use. So let's go back to comments block, paste it in, card comment section. So hopefully that will style things the way that we want. So now notice here, again, we have a hint for the props that we want to pass in later on. So one of the props that I want to pass in is comments. Another prop that I want to pass in is, can someone tell me if you guys see the same thing on your code when you checked out? Okay, I feel like there was a typo here, but you know, it's fine. Should be like story ID, but yeah. So anyways, this is a comment, so it doesn't really matter. So we will use this .props.comments, which we've supposedly pass in the props. And then we want to map each one. Like before, we want to map each comment to its own file. So remember, we actually already did this in card. In card? Or maybe we didn't do this. Okay, I'm just going to write it again. But basically, we want single comment. If we have our single comment, single comment files here. Yeah, so we want our single comment again to take in an ID, which is this comment. Remember, ID, creator name, content passed into single comment. So want to do comment dot underscore ID. Want to do creator name equals comment dot creator name. And then content equals comment dot content. Closing bracket. And then under this, we want to do new comment, which we also imported above. So this is just our list of comments. We also want to include the new comment thing where we can submit something. And then we want to pass in a prop. So if you go back to new post input.js right here, remember we're passing in a prop. We're assuming we're passing in a prop called story ID. So we're going to pass in here story ID equals this dot props dot story ID, which is the thing that we're assuming to pass in here. I renamed this for those who didn't catch that. I renamed this to story ID to make it clear that it's like an ID, it's a string. And then we do closing. So now in card.js, since like we made this comments block, but we didn't put it anywhere, so it's not going to show up anywhere, we're going to go back to card.js, the render function of card.js. And all the way at the bottom, we have this comments list. I want to replace this with our comments block. Actually, this too, because we have new comment in comments block. So, I forgot to import it again. So we want to import comments block from comments block.js. And then we will use it in render. So I'm going to replace everything that has to do with comments with our one comments block. And then we will use story ID because that's what we're taking in here. That's what we're taking in here, story ID in comments block. So I'm going to pass in story ID, this dot props dot underscore ID. And then we're going to pass in comments as well, because it needs to take in the list of comments that's going to display. So comments equals this dot state. dot comments. So recall that we're keeping states as a keeping comments as a list in our state for card. So we're going to pass it in here, and then closing triangle bracket. So I don't know if Heroku is working now, but it should display something like what you see here. Give it like a few seconds to see if it works. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask questions, Doc, or the chat. Can we go back to card.js? Yes, we can go back to card.js. Yeah, maybe it just died. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, we just basically replaced anything that has to do with comments with our comments block component that we just created. And the render function for comments block, we took this .props.comment, which we pass in from card. So we pass in comments from card. And then we map each item within this list to a single comment component, which is like we define single comment in single comment.js, which remember with our bold thing and our vertical line. Yeah, so where is it again? Okay, comments block. Comments are dead. Okay, yeah, rip the API. But this is the syntax. Basically, we just map each thing to a single comment. We pass in, we give it an ID, creator name, content from each item in our props. And then we also add the component new comment, which allows users to post a new comment. And we pass in story ID as a prop. Okay. So yeah, are we going to add usernames? So usernames, we are not going to add usernames in this workshop. We're going to add it in subsequent workshops, if I remember correctly, because we will add login. And then once you log in, then it will give you a username. But right now, since we're not logged in, like everyone's just accessing from the browser. So everyone's just anonymous, I think. But yeah. Okay. So that's step 9. If you have trouble following along, we can do git reset --hard, git check out, workshop 3, step 10. Okay, step 10. Step 10 is your turn. We're like almost to 5 o'clock Eastern time, but basically, so we want to do the same thing for comments. So remember, we want to extract out components. In step 9, we want to do it again for comments. So we're in card.js. Wait. Let me just, okay. So I might have deleted something on accident. But basically, in step 10, what we want to do is right now, I guess most of you can't see if like Heroku is dead. But right now, the issue that we have with our website is that when you post something, let's say when you post like a new post or a new comment, you have to refresh the page for you to see the new thing, like new comment thing that you posted. So like ideally under like a normal, like well-developed website, like on Facebook, if you post a comment, it'll just show up, right? Like you don't have to refresh the feed. That's like a terrible, terrible website if you had to do that. So we want to utilize the power of React and basically do these things in card.js. You want to define an add new comment function. So if you remember in lifecycle, basically render is always running. So if you update your state, render will detect that update and will update the state for you. So if we remember in card.js, we hold the comments in a list. So ideally, if we wanted to update the screen, as soon as someone posts a comment, we would want to somehow update the state, update this comments thing, so that render would just immediately like show the new thing, like the moment you press submit. So we would have to basically end up doing a lot of prop passing, which is what the slide says. Basically in card.js, you want to define a new function called add new comment. And then this thing as a high-level overview, not high-level overview. Basically, this function, what it will do is it will add the new comment to the state here so that it will update. And then how do we know that there's a new comment added? So in new post input, which is where we add the new comment, we will use a callback function. So we'll update, if you remember in new post input, we have this post request, but like we don't have a dot then afterwards. Like right now, we just don't know when it's going to finish. At some point, it's going to finish. Right now, Heroku is dead, so it's never finishing. But at some point, it's going to finish. And then in this step, we're going to do a dot then, and we're going to somehow communicate to card.js that its state is supposed to change. So we're going to use dot then callback function to call add new comment, and we're just basically going to pass it down the component tree. So we're going to pass add new comment, which is function and card, down to comments block. And then in comments block, we're going to pass add new comment again as a prop down to new comment. And then in new comment, which is a new post input.js, we're going to use this callback function to then do like this dot props dot like add new comment to tell card.js that you're updating your state. So if you have to leave right now, wait, do we have any announcements, Shannon?
Oh, we're gonna release milestone 1 sign up forms.
I can't hear you.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. We're gonna release milestone 1 sign up forms
wait,
today.
it's just me.
After class.
Right, never mind. I turned off my volume. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So this is just like signing up for a 15-minute slot, sometimes Saturday between the hours of 12 to like 7-ish, where you'll present your wireframes. Like you're not gonna submit the wireframes anywhere. Like you're gonna show up to our virtual like check-in where staff will give you like feedback on your wireframes and how you should proceed and like help you carve out what you need for the MVP, the minimal viable product, which is due the third week of IEP. But look out for that. That will be coming out soon. Milestone 0 is closing in 2 minutes. I don't think anyone should be trying to start it now. So yeah. We're gonna hold extra office hours tomorrow night from 7 to 9. So we'll post that on Piazza. The Friday deadline is for you probably just want to finish your wireframes by like Friday night and sign up for a slot. That's kind of the deadline. You have until like your check-in though to work on the wireframe. So
we'll probably lock the signups though on Friday night. So make sure to sign up before then.
Yeah. If you did not do milestone 0, you cannot sign up for a milestone 1 slot. We will be cross-checking that. Like we have, I think we're gonna be like packed. Each slot will be taken. If you are in a really bad time zone, we will make an exception to try to schedule another time with you. So you'll have to make a private Piazza post for that. But yeah, we'll be grading your ideas tonight, like right after class to whenever we're done. So we will try to get feedback out to you as soon as possible. And we hope you can probably start working on your wireframes by then as well. You will be getting feedback via email. So yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, yeah. So if you want to, please, if you want to complete it, you can just look at Get Reset Hard, Get Checkout Workshop 3 Complete, or if you want to work on it on your own, the slides are all up on the website, and there's I think this is another optional homework. web.lab.2/homework3. We will send out an email with everything like slides, feedback form, homework link, milestone 1 sign up, and feedback will come later today, like Shannon said. And so that's all for today. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
You guys want to hop in the staff breakout room?
Let's stop the live stream and recording first.
Yeah, I want to do that.